Oh, you?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
I'll do it. Good.
Oh, I. Go back twice.
No. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our special board meeting and executive session. Today is Monday, January 22nd, 2024, and I would like to call this meeting to order. And at this time, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Trustee Chris Robertson. Here. Trustee Andrew Butler.
Here.
Trustee Manuel Bodina.
Here.
Vice Chairman Travis Manning.
Here.
Madam Chair Maricela Pesina.
Here. Okay, if everyone would stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You take your seat. All right, and Madam Clerk, could you please let us know of the board meeting agenda postings?
Madam Chair Pesina and trustees, I request the approval of the Board of Trustees special board meeting and executive session agenda posting for Monday, January 22nd, 2024. The agenda was posted on Friday, January 19th, 2024 at 4 p.m. The agenda was posted at these locations: the school district website and the Caldwell District Office.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask for a motion to approve and accept the agenda postings.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve and accept the agenda postings for Monday, January 22nd, 2024.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. I'd like to ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Trustees, any questions for discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, motion passes. And next on our agenda is, let's see, certificate of emergency closing. So we had, would you like me to read what is on there? Dr. French, or do you want to talk about it?
Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair and trustees. So we had 2 school closures this past week due to implement bad weather. So January 17th and 18th, all schools in the Caldwell School District were closed, and we are asking for board approval to certify the emergency closure.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustees, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the emergency school closure for January 17 and 18 of 2024.
Could you just read all that motion?
Oh, okay. Whenever,
With the
okay.
Minutes for the state.
Okay, so whoever does a motion, if you could read it all.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the emergency school closure for January 17th, 2024 and January 18th, 2024 for all schools in the Caldwell School District. Schools were closed all day due to inclement weather conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a motion asking for a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Trustees, any questions? Okay, I'd like to ask for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, motion passes. All right, and so next we have on our agenda our personnel report. And so I would like to ask for a motion on the personnel report. If I could please have a motion?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I guess it goes back to the school closures. Do we know, I know that they, in the calendar, they build, I meant to ask this and forgot, but they build into the calendar a number of snow days. Do we know how many snow days we have left?
Madam Chair and Vice Chair Manning and trustees. So we don't do that. What we do is we have so many hours that students have to be in school for so many hours. And I will say the seniors really, the number of hours they are in school, it really determines if we have hours to give. If the seniors are going to not make the required number of hours, then we would need to make up those hours on another day. We know of some school districts that may be going to school on President's Day to make up hours, but it really is that cap of hours. And our seniors, they're pretty close to their number of hours they need to meet the state requirement. Does that make sense?
So are we sitting okay with the 2 days?
We're discussing that.
Okay.
We'll bring that back to you in February. We're gonna double check the hours for the seniors.
Okay.
Because I can tell you the kindergarten, they have ample hours,
Okay.
right? They only have to be in school so many hours a year.
Uh-huh.
And the seniors, it just goes up.
For different, right?
Right, the older students, high school students are required to have more hours. That makes sense. 950,
Oh, okay. Okay.
and like a middle school is around 900 hours. So that's what it's really based on, is the number of hours.
Okay. Gotcha.
Well,
Okay.
at least for us.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sounds good. So no more snow. No more snow.
No more
seriously.
on the road.
No more, there we go. No more snow on the roads. Okay. Any follow-up questions, trustees?
Good, thank you.
Okay, all right. So now our personnel report. So it's an action item. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the personnel report.
Madam Chair, I move to approve and accept the personnel report.
Thank you. And then I'd like to for a second, thank you very much. Any discussion, trustees? Hearing none, I will ask for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, motion passes. So on the personnel report was our new human resource director, and it's Tina, is it Giannini? Did I say it right? Okay, all right, so she will be our new human resources director. Welcome, Miss Tina, and if you would like, since we've approved it, go ahead and come up and sit over here in the inner circle. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome, by the way.
Very good. We're the position, because I know that you worked here in the office, right? You have, okay, so welcome. All right. All right, so next, on the agenda is the Idaho Career Ready Students, ICRS. And this is, are we gonna have any presentation on this, Dr. French, or are we just asking for?
Oh, no, yes, well,
We
this
do.
is,
Sorry. And trustees, so we do have individuals here to speak to the grant
Okay,
and what it's for. So Ms. Wilson's here from Caldwell High, and if we just, I think you need to know how extensive this would be. It's not a small investment, and the grant we've already, we understand, and there are districts around us. Middleton, has received about $5 million in this for grant money.
Mhm.
I know Jefferson School District, they received about 5 million. So it's substantial, but it also, the board needs to be aware that this would be a building. We're looking at constructing a building on the Caldwell High School campus. So I want them to speak to that so that you know what we'll be doing. So Ms. Wilson.
Madam Chair, trustees, thanks for having us. What do you have? I did not bring my documents. I figured you guys would have them. Do they have the plans and the proposal? Okay, great.
you wanna see this?
Yes. Just the plan and the proposal.
oh yeah, there's.
Madam Chair, trustees, good evening. So there's a couple things that I just want to share. I am by no means an expert on building or this grant, but I do know Caldwell High. So in 2023, Governor Little established this program and money was allocated from the legislature for career technical education expenses in this particular grant. And there are several entry points throughout the year. And so it actually goes to grades 7 through 12 and can be used for capital expenses for existing programs and for startup programs to initiate new programs in schools. And so we have several programs that we thought about using to apply for a grant and you potentially using the money for. We've presented to you all several times about growing CTE programs. And we have several that are really growing and are unique to a lot of schools. A lot of schools don't have some of the programs that we have, including pharmacy tech is one that is not very common in schools. And then also computer science, which is a new program that we had approved last year. And so those are newer programs and are unique and something that we're able to offer our students, and they're continuing to grow. I believe that we have brought some FFA students here to talk to you, maybe last semester. And so our ag program, we have 3 programs. And so FFA is part of that. But the 3 programs are animal science, plant science, and small engine. Is that right? Is that what it's called? Ag mechanics. And so those are 3 programs. They are taught by one teacher, the amazing Mr. Justin Roll, who will also get to speak to you. But if you've been to Cobble High right now, Mr. Roll operates out of a classroom, one regular size, student classroom. And then he has the greenhouse, which is great for the plant science program. And thank you for the greenhouse. That has been a great thing. It's nice and warm.
Where do we keep the animals?
So the animals are, Justin can talk about that. Some of the animals are in his classroom at times. There are baby, I don't know, all kinds of avian, is that the right word? Birds, different birds. I've seen quail and maybe chicks, like chickens, and maybe ducks or geese or something. And then, so we keep some in his classroom sometimes, and then some, we have rabbits, baby rabbits. They're in the chicken coops. He can talk more about this. I don't know the correct term. I'm not a farm girl. They look like chicken coops and there's heaters in them. And the kids have shown me these like little tiny, like fit in your hand bunnies. And there's tons of them and they're all just like in a nest together. Anyway, so that's where they keep the animals right now. So what we are proposing, and we've met several times with Design West, Dr. French, Cheryl, Sanderson, and Justin to get the right building and the right placement on campus. You have the plans, I believe, that look something like this. You will see that there's a building that is superimposed on the tennis courts. Current tennis courts, which Dr. French can talk more about, but they need to be replaced. They are not playable, but we talked about several different places on campus where a building could go that would be adequate for our 3 large and growing ag programs. So in addition to the greenhouse, this would be a place where they could mostly work on engines, but I'll let Justin talk about exactly what they would do, because he also talked about welding booths and things like that, that I'm not super familiar with what would need to go in there, but Justin knows. What else, Dr. French?
The grant, you'll notice on the front, so Design West, Jeff Brewer came to visit with us last week. Part of the grant, we attempted. I'm having to ask for forgiveness here. We submitted the grant. And then it dawned on us, we probably should ask you about this. I mean, it's a big deal. But when we submitted it, they sent it back and said, you need to have a rendition of what would this actually look like. It wasn't in the plan or in the grant requirements to do that. Jeff Brewer from Design West volunteered his time and sketched this out, working with Justin, kind of get an idea so that the grant could be submitted again. And at that point, we all felt like we need to bring this to the board, because you can see it does. The idea of the tennis courts have to be replaced. It's $1 million at least to replace them or more, because they have to be actually torn up and just redone completely. So the idea was like, well, could we just move tennis courts? What if we put this building here for the time being? Our student tennis players could play at one of our other sites for the time being, so that it doesn't have to be there, but you can see that it will take up space.
Yeah.
It's also a building that will have to be maintained. So there's heat, lights, right?
And that's not included in the grant.
No, so that's just an ongoing, we have to make sure that we have heat and lights for, from now until forever, right?
Mhm.
And the board needs to be aware of that. So it does have an impact. However, at this, it's not often that you're offered money from the state to expand CTE. I think we're asking almost 4 million for help. But there are parts of this, the last 3 bullet items on that page. Yeah, the permit fees, estimated owner, that would that's a cost that the district has to bear. The grant would not pay for those costs.
800,000. So this is the district.
Madam Chair, trustees, yes, so the grant covers capital costs. I think you probably know that we receive every year CTE money from the state for each program. There was extra money allocated to CTE programs this year in the amount, in addition to what we already get, which is about 125,000, I think, for programs that they generate. We got an extra 11,000 per program this school year. So we have that amount of money. And then we also receive, so that none of that can be used for this. I'm just letting you know, that's money that we receive. But we also received the Perkins grant, which is also about another 120,000-ish each year that goes to CTE programs. So as far as equipment inside of the program, all of that CTE money, both added cost money from the state and Perkins, which is a federal grant, could be used for items inside. So things that are like equipment that things like, we've used it in like the auto shop for things like ventilation, lifts, forklifts,
The heat lamps for the bunnies.
heat lamps for the bunnies, that's right, yes. So all of that money can be used for the things that go in it. Cobble Highest and plant facility money that could be used for things like desks and chairs and, things like that, that just go in a classroom. But this grant is specifically mostly for that almost 2 million that's at the top.
3 million.
Or almost 3 million, excuse me, at the top. I think there's a few things that we talked about that would be kind of rolled in with this. One is it doesn't replace the tennis courts, but it does the excavation of the tennis courts is something that would happen. So they wouldn't be there anymore. There's restrooms in this facility. Obviously, there has to be restrooms. We're lacking restrooms on that end of the school. If you, the school campus, if you think about, we've had porta potties out there and things like that. So potentially the way that this is designed, we could use restrooms, boys and girls restrooms in that kind of area, softball.
I was gonna say.
Events that
If they
other,
could
we,
be-
we have the bonfire out there, we have things like that, that seem like they're far away from any convenient restroom for student activities. So there's things like that that we considered when we were looking at where to place this. Design West had a lot of ideas about, where power and gas and electricity, all that stuff comes from. They do that studies on that, and then they look at where it already exists on campus.
And we also looked at main lines for the water system. Right, there's a lot that goes into this. So.
Madam Chair, trustees, before I turn it over to Justin to talk about his programs and how this could benefit, I would just say that what I see is that Justin is a teacher with a lot of passion for his content and his subject, his FFA program. He took them on some pretty amazing travels this fall and has a lot more planned for the future. So he's gung ho and he's all in. He needs a space to operate in that. If you come to his classroom, it is really one of the worst classrooms in our school. Especially in this kind of weather.
It's like packed
There-
together, like
there
there's-
are
there's
some
engines
issues.
That are sitting
Yeah.
in one corner and then.
Yeah.
they're- Yeah.
Yeah, there's like flex pipe and PVC and animals and demonstration and his desk and kids. So there's a lot that goes on in there. And I think that I'm proud to say that we have those three programs at Caldwell High. And probably just because I think I've said this to you before, probably need another teacher soon. A little plug in there. And I just see his passion for his program, and his area that he has is not really sufficient for a growing program. And I think the kids kind of gave evidence when they came in the fall at how much it means to them, because they didn't know anything about it when they first signed up for the class, or maybe got put in the class, and then they're all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, this is meaningful to me. So I think that that speaks very well to Justin and the way he's built his program.
Mrs. Wilson, I've got a question, Madam Chair. So the tennis courts, if you were to move them, where's the likely place to move the tennis courts?
Well, I think that would have to be something that we discuss again with Design West or with Mr. Halleck. He knows that Mr. John Halleck was part of this conversation as well. So we'd have to look at the best placement for those. We have some room still. Maybe towards the back. One of the things about this building is potential for expansion in the future if we needed to, it's got a yard, if we needed to cover a yard to make more room, things like that. We've kind of looked at the placement in the building so that it could be maybe manipulated a little bit to accommodate for future growth. We will also be soliciting some donations for the building as well to see if we can get some of the pieces of it donated. So I don't have a great answer for you. Sorry, Trustee
Yeah.
Manning.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm just thinking about the tennis folks and thinking, if they, if we take it out, I mean, the tennis court does need to be replaced. I mean, the surface is literally falling apart and there are deep cracks in different sections of it. So it definitely needs to be replaced. I just would hate for us to replace, take the tennis courts out, kick into the middle school for a few years without a plan to have the tennis courts,
Yep.
like a pretty quick plan.
Yes.
I mean, we saw the troubles with having the varsity soccer program play at Wilson for years.
It was.
With the travel, the kids back and forth, and how do you get a trainer out there, and how do you deal with all the different logistical issues? And I mean, the courts of the middle school are almost as bad as the one at Caldwell High, if not worse. So I mean, that's another whole other issue, but I don't know, just some thoughts.
And Madam Chair and Trustees, so this is just a rendition, and it was a thought, could we put it
That's right.
here? If we put it here, then we would have to think. It wouldn't have to go there. It was just it's close to all the CTE. You have welding on the one side and but yes, we would have to make it. Yes, we have to make an investment in tennis courts. It's just it's pretty substantial. Yeah.
What would be options for, I mean, initially, I'm just spitballing here, if we did replace them, how would we fund the replacement?
A bond, more than likely, because it's. I keep wanting to say 3 million. Am I wrong in that? I know it was all of. Okay, maybe
No,
that's.
I think that's just.
I think that's the high school to replace them.
I think that's what we talked about before.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and then, yeah. I'm looking at trustees who attend, we looked at our plant
Yes,
facility
I was-
priorities and I think it's the substantial amount.
Yeah, it was.
There was-
Substantially more than you would think for a
Yeah,
tennis
for
court.
tennis
Yes.
I thought it was 500,000 and everyone's telling me you're wrong. But we would need to have a plan. I mean, we will need to have a plan and I don't know where they play now. That's not,
They can't play on the tennis.
I don't know. I'm not sure what they do right now.
I think they played
Do
it.
they,
Yeah.
do they play competitively? Do we host?
Yeah.
Oh,
At
wow.
the tennis court?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, trustees, I think what we talked about is being able to submit this grant with your approval. And then if we are able to get the grant, then we would have serious, obviously, planning meetings with Design West and to talk about exact placement, things like that. They would then get the green light to go ahead and start to do some of their studies of the facility to see where the best place is. I think there is some room, we're getting kind of compact, but on the west end of the soccer field there and on the kind of between that and there's the pits there for track and field and then softball, JV, softball. I don't know how much room is needed for a tennis court, but there's some space that maybe could be manipulated.
And I don't know how many tennis courts we'd actually need.
Say on here, there's 6. Would we be replacing 6? Or a few fewer?
Yeah, I'd have to ask John.
I think you wanna have at least 6,
Yeah.
minimum,
Mhm.
if not 8.
The more you have, the faster those matches go.
Yeah.
When you're trying to get through JV and varsity
Sure.
all in one shot, it's time consuming.
Mhm.
They can be out there late, yeah.
That's right. And we don't have lights.
Oh,
It
yeah.
has to be something.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Ms. Wilson, you had mentioned that the CTE programs get 11,000 per program
So,
from the
yes,
state. How many programs does the state say we have? I mean, is it like, ag is 1 or is ag 3?
Madam Chair, Trustee Robertson, it is 3 separate programs. So I think every time I count, I feel like I count incorrectly. I think we have 13
Okay. Cause I was counting.
in the Caldwell School District.
and I was trying to figure out how many we had.
Yeah, I should know that right off the top of my head. I don't, I'm sorry. It's 13, I'm pretty sure. But it's not 13, it's more, it's like 15.
Okay.
And so, what was that? It's 14.
Well, I know, say, Madam Chair and Trustees, so Anita oversees the CTE. She does all of the paperwork for all the CTE programs including Canyon Springs. So sometimes Canyon Springs may fluctuate.
Yes.
I'm trying to give you the.
Thanks. Well, Madam Chair and Trustees, we have very excited teachers. And so that is a good thing for us. They want to expand programs and offer more things to kids because they have the kids in front of them and the kids are like, we want this. And we have to start programs that are in high need areas for jobs. That's part of the CTE program that we have to look at that as well. We have to do a needs assessment of our area and of the state of Idaho. We use Department of Labor data for that when we submit our applications. And so it's a pretty complex application process and then managing all the budgets and everything. So to answer your question, we generate funds based on the amount of classes each teacher teaches, not based on kids necessarily like teachers do in classrooms, I guess. So the number of classes they teach, they equate it to an amount, and each program has, like, I'll give you an example. Welding is an expensive program, so they get like $13,000-ish. These are ballpark, don't quote me, but I could get it for if you wanted to. But a program like Family and Consumer Science is considered a less expensive program. So they only get like $9,000 a year. This year, the state of Idaho, I think probably because they had some kind of surplus, or I'm not sure where they got the extra money from, an additional $11,000.
Oh, okay.
So Justin probably knows exactly how much he got in his added cost funding. And then in addition to that he gets every year, he gets an additional $11,000 this year. So we have some money that we kind of have some plans. We haven't really pulled the trigger on spending all of it, just a little bit of it right now, the additional money. And then we get the Perkins funding, which is typically for bigger items, like large equipment. We sometimes outfit classrooms with computers. Mr. Beard is here. I think he's still here. He's our marketing teacher, and he got a classroom set of new computers. You have to keep them up to date with industry standard. And so it's about every 3 years, our computer classrooms get new computers because they're all CTE programs. So sometime we could have a chat about CTE, and we could, I could give you all the real numbers. But, and then there's accountability on the other end of that too. Lots of reporting as far as, male, females in classes, that's equitable, that it represents your student population as far as, diversity, ethnicity. It even tracks where students go after they graduate from Caldwell High School and Canyon Springs. And if they go into a career that's similar to one that they studied in high school, we report our certifications, report single parent students who are parents, and if they're in a CTE program. So all of that data is collected throughout the year, as well as accounting for all the budgets and equipment and things like that. So it's pretty large responsibility.
I know we have at least 9, because I have the little things. right
Nice, thank you.
here.
Some of them are hidden in like Justin looks like he's 1, but he's really 3.
Mhm, yeah.
So, and then our CNA teacher is really 2 programs because she's medical assisting and certified nurse assisting. And
Pharmacy?
yeah, then we have pharmacy tech, yes, and family consumer science, which Canyon Springs also has, and then Canyon Springs has the
Do they still have
information technology. They have 2 right now.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Agriculture, yes.
Principal Wilson, question on the tennis courts. Do you know, and maybe this is something you can look into as well as part of this process is, if not replacing the courts themselves, is there a way to substantively like refinish the courts?
Yes, Madam Chair, Trustee Manning, that's a great question. I think that has been looked into. Dr. French?
Yeah, but they're not salvageable.
Okay,
The base is,
I know they're in really
the
bad shape.
base is
so-
gone. That would just be, it's not salvageable.
A Band-Aid on a.
Yeah, and it would be a lot of money for.
That's gonna go long term.
Mhm. It's,
I know that they've been here before you were here.
yeah.
I'm just thinking,
They've been,
thinking forward, like, let's, just like anything else, if you don't maintain it, it's gonna. fill up.
Right, and there may have been. Well, we can, in another meeting, in the plant facility.
Madam Chair, they've been there since, I would guess 1997,
Yeah.
when the building was built.
Building was done.
And they were refinished once in the time that I've been there, which is 20 years, 21. I know of one time that they were refinished. They might have been other times, but I know for sure once. John might know.
Yeah, and
There's a life.
it's a conversation with John and Bernie and Cheryl. Because I think that's why you haven't seen any resurfacing. As we had them looked at, their foundation is. They just don't have the foundation, they have to be torn up and redone.
Madam Chair, some questions, comments, thoughts. I guess some of mine are more in student safety with the idea of putting them out in the tennis court and how far away that is
Yes.
from the main office. If we're talking about a separate building, then we're talking about more access points
Mhm.
and all those types of things.
Mhm.
And so I guess those would be my concerns moving forward with an actual
Absolutely.
building
Yeah.
of can we connect it with the existing CTE building, so then at least we only have the 2 buildings versus trying to maintain 3 or things like that, so.
Madam Chair, Trustee Butler, I think that was one of the things that we did talk about, especially with the changes at Caldwell High School that we're doing for student safety and access control, the additional secure vestibule in the front of the school, looking at going to door access ID badges or fobs for people coming in and out. And our technology building or the shop building outside right now that has welding, auto and engineering is a safety concern for sure. And I think that we don't want to get to a place where we're like other schools in the valley that have like 11 buildings on campus and it's more like a community college. We don't want it to be like that. But I think that we did discuss that this would need to be secure, just like the rest of the building. I've been talking to IT about different things. I know other schools in the valley have, the students can use their ID badges as access points for the bill, only in certain, it's very locked down when they can get in. But things like during passing periods, so we're not going to that by any means, but we are gonna trial run some things with our student aides and students that have nurse passes already, so that they would be able to get into the office, because now the offices are going to be, you know, not as much access. You can't just walk in. You're gonna have to be buzzed in or have a card to get in. And so we've talked about trial running that so that it's not as labor intensive on the person that has to kind of mini interview everybody that's coming into the office, but the people that are supposed to have access have access. So that was something we also talked about with this building, that would need to be, if it was a separate building like this, it would be as secure as the rest of the school. So I know it's not a perfect answer to your question, but we did talk about some of those things, so.
And that's great. And I do want to give Mr. Rule credit. This is, you know, seeing this from kind of the beginning and then what it's
Yeah.
becoming is phenomenal. So thank you and congratulations as well for growing this.
Will the petunias be ready by?
Yes. Will the petunias be ready?
Yes.
Okay, good. Flowers, yeah. Madam Chair, is it okay? if Mr. Rule comes up and talks to you about his program, so you kind of know what he's thinking.
Yes, absolutely.
Good evening, Madam Chair and trustees. Thank you for having me tonight. So just so you guys are aware, you're aware of the three programs. The plant science program has adequate facilities with the greenhouse, and like we are very thankful for that. I do really enjoy that greenhouse thoroughly. But that greenhouse is now also kind of hosting animal science classes. And then we've expanded on the outside. If you've been on campus recently, we have the chicken coop run areas. Those were originally purchased with a grant that I received to raise poultry in. And the students have now shown interest in other species of animals as well as small animals. So we have diversified into the rabbits. And as Ms. Wilson said, we have, by mistake, I had a student accidentally put one of the female rabbits with the male rabbit. So we had two litters very close together that were not intentionally planned that way. That's life. So, but we're able to talk about animal genetics and some of the traits that are passed on genetically with that stuff, as well as getting the students hands-on learning experiences. But the greenhouse is housing that type of stuff right now. We do have plans to, I'm actually in the process of securing materials to build another shed outside of the greenhouse facility there that is going to serve as kind of the animal housing area. So it will be heated and cooled during certain times of the year. So those animals have adequate living conditions, because the greenhouse is suitable right now. In the wintertime when we can heat it to, you know, about 70, 72 degrees, but in the summertime when it's 110 degrees in there, it's not safe. So, but we are still also working on the poultry stuff as well. As Ms. Wilson said, we have quail currently. I've done ducks, chickens, and quail. Those are the three poultry species that we've covered throughout the last 3 years, I think. Time escapes very quickly. And then the agricultural mechanics pathway, and that's the one that I feel like the new facility will probably impact the greatest. We will have lab spaces for animals and some other stuff in there, but the shop is really important for that pathway. Right now, I'm teaching an intro to small gasoline engines class in the main building along with my other classes, and we've ran into some issues. So we're also using the greenhouse to do some of those types of activities right now. Trying to keep gas and oil, you know, that's a huge safety concern out of the main building. So we're using the greenhouse to do the running of those engines. We're draining them completely before we bring those in and actually tear into them. So this new facility would really add the space for that program in particular, because right now we also are not able to offer the capstone course for that pathway just due to the lack of adequate facilities. So that you guys are aware, the capstone class for that pathway basically would look like a shop does in our community. So people, patrons, teachers, whoever that be, can bring equipment to us, and the students would take the skills they learn in the intro class and actually put them to work, troubleshooting, writing maintenance tickets, all of those things. And so this program does have a long ways that it can grow that we're not currently able to offer because of lack of facilities. As we mentioned, some welding facilities. We have a phenomenal welding facility at Caldwell High School. And so the facility really is not intended to replace that. However, the agricultural pathways have a lot of those types of standards as well. And some of the contests that my students are very interested in include welding. And so I would really like to see, you know, a couple of welding booths, just basically so I could train kids for contest areas that we aren't able to adequately train for right now. And I do work with Mr. Cooper, our welding instructor, to use those facilities of his. But that is also challenging, trying to work around class schedules and all of those sorts of things.
Does my lawnmower qualify for ag mechanics?
Madam Trustee, yes, it does.
Okay, great.
The idea behind the agricultural small engines is just that. Lawn equipment is the first thing that we touch on. And then in modern society, small engines has definitely blossomed into, you know, snowmobiles, dirt bikes, four-wheelers, side-by-sides, and the side-by-sides, snowmobiles, jet skis, those types of power equipment. Snow plows. Yes, I actually received many requests this last week to work on people's snow plow operators, so.
Okay,
But yeah, the program would really blossom from, right now, we just take a small engine that you might see on a snowplow, for example. And we go into the nuts and bolts of that and how it all works. And, you know, we literally take an engine down to a completely bare block like it would be from the factory, and we put it back together. But it would expand into all these larger pieces of equipment,
yeah.
so.
Love it.
A hay baler afterwards. I don't know if that's what it's called. I was raising notice, but I know they bale hay with those big old. Anyways, that's cool. Okay. Trustees, any questions? Any?
Super exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Well, just
And I
an
think-
observation, it takes a lot of room.
Mhm.
You have to have space.
Yeah.
You can't have gasoline in the main building, so you have, it's like, there's all of these considerations and a separate building sounds like it could be a dream.
Well, and Madam Chair and trustees, or Anita or Justin, could you speak to the number of students who've shown more interest? Because ag had a slow start and then,
Currently, 100 and
Oh, wow.
Wow.
yeah, and that's limited. Because of the lack of facilities, and I worked with Ms. Wilson and our administration to make sure that my mechanics classes were safe in the limited facility that we do have. And so those courses have a cap on them that is limiting the number of students that can enroll in those courses currently, that a new facility would allow us to lift as well. So I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but
it's
increasing tremendously as the program has grown since I started. I was talking to somebody when we walked in. I can't believe I've been here for 5 years already, but I have. So, but when I started, we had 3 classes, and currently I'm up to like 11 or 12.
well, we had
courses
one
that we're
pathway,
teaching.
right? Was it just
Don't think
horticulture?
Pathway, did we?
I don't think it
a
was
cluster,
just,
I think.
it wasn't
A
a cluster
cluster.
yet.
So,
So Madam Chair, trustees, in order to be a pathway, you've got to offer all of the classes from intro, intermediate, and capstone is what they're called in the CTE world.
Mhm.
You have to be offering all of the courses within a certain amount of time. Obviously, you can't do that the first year, you've got to
Right.
build it, but within
Yeah.
3 years, you should have a full pathway to get the full amount of funding. And only pathway programs can get the Perkins money. If it's smaller and you just offer a few classes here and there, it's called a cluster program. And those don't receive the full funding. So we encourage our teachers, we want to offer everything in the pathway. So that our kids can get those little things to the end, they can compete like Justin is talking about. And so we get the full funding for that pathway.
Mhm.
So that's our goal in every single program. And we are pretty much there, except for your one, but Canyon Springs has been working on that. To get a full pathway for those as well, so they're both pathway programs right now too.
to speak to Ms. Wilson's point, we are a pathway in agricultural mechanics. As far as the application is concerned at the state level, we're just not teaching that yet because of inadequate facilities, so
Okay,
we are an approved pathway for small engines.
okay. And I think the main idea or what we're trying to make sure that the board knows and that we realize is that, you know, we've got more or less getting the funding to build the buildings, but we just gotta, as a board, understand that it's gonna take money from our budget to be able to provide the heat and the light and all that that needs to happen. So, and that's not part of what this money is. So, and I think we get that. Okay, but it's a great investment.
Yeah, we're asking that we can move forward with submitting the grant application, because we don't know, we haven't been approved.
Oh,
So, right, we are just in the process of submitting
okay,
to ask.
There you go.
okay.
Madam Chair, that was actually along the lines of my question is what. The idea, it seems like there's a lot of additional costs that are gonna go with this. And so what happens if we move forward with the grant, but then can't come up with the money? Or can't find the money later on to finish it off? Do we give the money back from the grant? So what does that ideally look like, you know? I guess that's one of my concerns is that I don't want to agree to something to move forward and then not be able to figure that out later. Rather have as much information up front as possible, rather
Yeah,
than,
and
rather than dangling the carrot.
trustees, I would say what would happen is let's say we do get the grant. We're gonna have to meet again, decide where it's gonna be built, what's the most efficient, logical place, and then understand that the money that we need to pay for the engineering and that work that's not covered by the grant, we need to use that. So if we do that, then something else on that plant facility list isn't done.
Right.
Does that make sense?
It's just juggle.
So we just have to say, is this, instead of this, we'll do this.
Do we have any partnerships, Dr. French, that,
Yes.
okay, that could help us with this?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do, and so that's what I was talking about, we're seeking donations. I don't wanna say where yet, because we don't have, checks in the bank, but
Mhm.
we've had several conversations with different entities as far as exactly what you're talking about, Trustee Butler. And I know if you remember, Mr. Cooper, if you're around or weren't around, but Mr. Cooper has worked really hard to build those relationships when he built his facility. And then I think that the CTE teachers have done a really good job of keeping those donors and other industry commercial places involved in their technical advisory committee, which is another piece of CTE that they have to have. They have to have higher ed and community partnerships. And so we will be seeking some donations for some of the items as well. Things like, for example, I know that Mr. Cooper has talked about various places that he had donating, like the foundation material. And so pouring that, so that might be something that we would look for. Those types of partnerships for sure, to kind of offset some of the things that maybe don't get covered by the grant.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
But it would be, you have to consider what would,
That's,
you know,
it
you
is.
still have to consider it. That's why it's really important that you know.
Right.
So sorry about the first go around, but we learned a lot from that first go around.
We were not approved.
We are just asking for permission to move forward and submitting the grant.
Okay. All right, any additional questions?
Mine's just more of a comment. It's like in regard to how many of our students are actually wanting to participate and or currently participating. It's not like this is a program that's got 4 students. I mean, you're looking at from where you started, when you said you had like 3 or 4 in the horticulture program to what you have now in a very short period of time. And it seems like every time I go to a Idaho School Board conference or whatever, I always go to the CTE classes that are given. And last year I went to one that was on apprenticeships, like for the big engines and all of that. And some people from more down towards Magic Valley, they were talking about the programs and the sponsorship by the industry in the community, and they're looking for these kids. And so to me, it's something that we really, personally, I think is a great path, because not all kids are going to be college bound. And if you can light that fire under them about chickens or plants or, having a business where they repair lawnmowers, it's like, go for it. And so I just think it's a great possibility. And I so appreciate everything that you guys have been doing to grow those CTE programs, whether they be marketing or horticulture or pharmacy tech. I just think it's really important for our students. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Okay, all right, so I would like to ask for a motion. Let's see, to approve the funding from Idaho Career Ready Students Grant for the construction of an AG Science Classroom and Lab.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the funding from the Idaho Career Ready Students Grant for the construction of the Ag Science Classroom and Lab.
Okay, I have a motion, asking for a second.
Second.
Okay, all right, we have a second. Any further discussion, trustees?
I guess for me, it's just, I'm concerned about the cost down the road of the snowball effect, not necessarily just this building. Like I talked about, all of a sudden we're moving, doing a lot of things. And I'm just concerned that the funding might not be there when we get there, and what else do we have to put to the side? With saying that, and I'm not sure still exactly what that looks like. You know, I want you to move forward. I want you to keep going, but I don't want to say yes to something that we can't fulfill in the end. And you know, does that mean? So
Well, I guess right now
I
we're
guess
just-
that's what I'm concerned about.
We're just looking to see if we can get approved, first of all, we can, I guess we look at those pathways, right? But we've got to make sure that we can get this grant first, but yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
And we can, you know, it's a good conversation to have and to
Right.
keep having, to make sure that we are okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I fully agree with, you know, what Trustee Roberts says, is if the students are there and they want to do it and it's a growing program, then, you know, albeit let's enable it to the maximum, but I'm concerned about the snowball effect.
I'm wondering
with
if
this
we kind of
specific-
started that way with the welding program. Kind of the same way as we are now with this program. By getting a grant. I'm not sure how it started, but I'm sure we started somewhere. I think this is the first step to getting there.
Okay, with that said, I'd like to ask for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, motion passes. And so the next time we talk about it, we'll be talking about tennis courts too. Okay.
And maybe the grant submission is due February 1. That's why they came this evening
Okay.
to ask for permission to move forward.
We got
Okay,
9 days. Okay,
Ready to go.
yeah.
Okay. Stamp.
Say so.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and now we have the assembly training. Yay. Miss Keely. Yay. Let me see if I need to log on again.
That's what I thought I would go over.
Okay,
Okay. Madam Chair and trustees and Dr. French. I am having a great time learning more about Assembly. It is just so much more efficient. So I wanted to just give you a brief, just demonstration. And then if you have more questions, you know, give me a call and maybe you can come in and we can go over a few more things in depth that you would like to know about, to learn about. So, the first thing is, I'm hoping everybody is able to get logged on. So I thought we would just go through and just practice logging on. Is everybody logged on this evening?
Yes.
Okay, so, there's the mouse. I'm just gonna go and get myself logged on. So as trustees, you are going to see a few other more things than the public would see. Okay, so the first thing that we want to do, get logged in. If you can't remember your password and it's giving you, this is not correct twice. My suggestion is that you go to lost my I can't remember my password, because if you go 3 times, you're logged out for 30 minutes. And if it's something that you need to get on there for, so go and you will put your email in and they'll send you a link to reset that password. So if anybody, I don't know if anybody's had any trouble with that.
That's probably the best piece of advice anyone's ever given me. Yeah. Cause it's like, I know I can do it. It's my 50th time I know it's.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right, and, you know, sometimes if you've done it once, it might be helpful to go to the little eyeball symbol. Do you know what does everybody know what that is? And if you just click on that, it'll show it. You're like, oh, there's a extra H, or I didn't put a space. Okay. So, let's see, meetings. So if we go over here to meetings, and then all meeting listing, it's gonna show all, I have created the meetings for the entire year. So right now you're gonna see what hopefully will be our last meeting of the year is December 9th. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down, and the ones that it's in yellow, they're unpublished, they're draft. So you can go in and look at any of those meetings and see what we're putting on there. So you have requested that by Tuesday, before the meeting begins, that information is on there for you to go in and review. You know, we have said that like personnel, sometimes we get personnel that need to go on, and so sometimes the personnel report is a little bit later. But for the most part, when Dr. French and Madam Chair are building the agenda, we're trying to put things in there early. If there are attachments that you need to be reading, to put those in there early. And you know, that will come to me as well to make sure I'm getting things in there in a timely manner, so that you can be reading and staying up to date on things that you're going to be discussing at the board meeting. Okay. So, and then if we come over here to, right now we're on all meetings. And if I come to upcoming, it's going to give me the meeting that, that we're going to be going to most recent first. So if we do the all meetings, it's going to be the ones that let me start it. It'll go from December. You have to go down to find the one that is most recent. Okay, so the upcoming meeting, and here we go. And we just click on that, and that's what you've done to get to this meeting. And think, well, I want to go back to that meeting listing. You can just come up here and find the meeting listing. And then if
and I'm trying to find the meeting listings and I don't.
okay, so let's go back to the home page. All right, so let's go over here.
Cause I don't see any yellow on my. I don't see any yellow on.
Okay, so let's go. Are you on the meeting listing right now?
She's on all
Yeah.
meetings.
Okay, so let's go to meeting listing. And you don't have any meetings in yellow?
No. Does that mean that I'm?
No.
Are you on all, have you clicked on all meetings?
Yeah.
Is it super light?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't have what he's got. So did I?
Mine are yellow, yours are not.
Are you logged in? Did you log into the?
Yeah, are you logged in?
It says Marisela Pesina on the upper right.
Okay. Let me just take a look.
Are you guys trying to tell me something?
Maybe.
Come on in.
Bye.
I just got my lesson this afternoon.
Yeah, you are.
Did I not log in like a board member?
Let's go all the way over to the top.
I think it's the computer that Caleb gets me all the time. Where's Caleb?
What's your mouse? Let's go all the way to the
I don't
top.
have a mouse.
Oh.
Switch the letters.
No, there you are. You're logged
Yeah.
in.
Mhm.
Meetings, meeting listing.
Computer?
Date, time, meeting title.
Oh, they're the same.
Hi, board
And
meeting.
these are all the meetings, the previous meetings, but I don't have any forward, I don't have any future meetings. Do I have to click that and publish?
No.
Mhm. And then,
Okay, now let's,
I didn't see it.
why don't you log back in?
I don't know, just use my. Do I do
Yeah.
at Caldwell Schools?
No, 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 just that.
Cause that's what I used to always use.
No, that's not easy to do.
Let me check, just cause I'm scared.
And there again.
Yes.
I think Caleb was sabotaging me.
Well, she's in, it wouldn't show her name if she. What is this?
This doesn't have the color coding.
I just don't have any, I don't have the, like, the yellow, all
You don't have all of
the
them.
future meetings,
Yeah, I'm not
so I couldn't
sure.
look at what's been, is being built.
I'm not sure what's.
You know, the dates either.
Just not like when
Well,
you
we'll
first started.
look at
simply.
that. We'll look at that. Well, do you mind if we move on and then we'll?
No, but let's
we'll look
move
at that
on.
after
Yeah, we can look.
Okay, so if we, like, you have all. So I'm gonna look up, coming,
No, those are the future ones.
Yeah. we can't see each
I
one.
can't see the.
and. Nothing's moving. Now, let's see, I wonder if I should go back to home.
I'm at the same place.
I think it might be, there might be.
It's saying it's unresponsive, the page is unresponsive.
It's just frozen.
in my mind.
Yeah, we froze.
Let's let's try to set this up.
It's, yeah, or maybe it's, they used to call me a button pusher, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I just see
Why
it
is it
spinning.
working?
I wonder if there's a.
Well, the meetings that are not, the meetings that are yellow are draft, just so you know that, and I built the whole year. The meetings that are white, those have been published. And then I was gonna, and then if you go on, you can click on those meetings, you can see the agenda and you can see the minutes.
Right.
Have you guys, has anybody been in there kind of looking around, doing that?
I tried to see the minutes and like from inside and I
Yeah.
couldn't. So,
That's because I just added them today.
okay.
Because I thought that, anyway, I went back in and I was looking at a few more, and I saw that the minutes did not have a check mark by it. So I went back in, there was another step that I needed to go over, published minutes, so now they are in, so I was gonna show you that as well. And it's just, okay,
Do we hit exit page, do I hit, or do I hit
It
wait?
just spins.
yeah, if you, I mean, you could try to go out, log out and then log back in.
It says, ah, snap.
Snap.
Page unresponsive.
Oops, probably shouldn't have done that. What's
It's
that?
the internet.
Do you need the keyboard or just the mouse?
I got you. I came all the way out and I can't get back
Well, okay,
Oh, come on, he said. Can't sync. Connection.
there it is, okay,
in.
where did it go? Okay.
Oh, has Caleb been back there all this time?
Yeah.
When we were talking about it?
Well, she, how did you look at this to go over this demonstration?
Still not letting me.
Or maybe it's just the Assembly website, it's.
Yeah, I wonder if it's simply queuing.
Okay,
Welcome to teaching. Go to plan B.
Okay. Yes.
Plan B is go outside.
Yes. Why can't not girls do math? Okay, no. Do you all know why Valley girls can't do math? Can't do math.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Shoot.
Well, that's the most important thing is that board members can log in.
Yeah.
Trustees can log in.
Yeah, and so and everybody has been able to log in and find the meeting. I just wanted to show you how, once you got in there, how to see the minutes, how to maneuver in there, how to look at the attachments. There's a little paper clip, that means there is an attachment. You know, if you see like like a circle that's half of it is colored in, that means that it is confidential.
Okay.
Let me see, I wrote this down. It's limited visibility, and then the ones with the lock is confidential. Sometimes when we have maybe a student hearing or, you know, a personnel, some of those things will just be for your review. And so when you see that, you'll know. There was another little thing in there that I wanted to show you that you might notice when you go in there, is when you are looking up in the right-hand corner, there's a little yellow square. And it's a sticky note. If you hover over it, you're going to see it says sticky note. If you click on that, so like if you have a question about an item, so let's just say with the last item that we had, you had a question and you wanted to remind yourself to ask that question. You just click on that sticky note and just put your question in there and push save. And then as soon as that item comes up, you'll see a sticky note reminder and the question will come up. And you can leave that open if you have questions, you know, for other items on the agenda. And then to delete it, you would simply just delete the message and then click close and save, and then the sticky note is deleted. And that sticky note, only you are the only ones that will see that.
Oh, okay.
Nobody else. Madam Chair doesn't see it, Dr.
It's
French.
not like a chat.
We don't see it. No, it's just for you. It's just, you have a question, maybe you just wanted a comment and that you wanted, so you put that in there. So that is another thing. Anyway, those are really kind of the things. And then also when you saw that, okay, oh, we're back on.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Let's see if I can log. Okay. So, I'm gonna go over here. Oops. Okay, so let's go back up here to meetings. Oh, meeting. Oh, sorry, meeting, let's see. Okay. I'm gonna go to upcoming. I'm gonna go, okay, so actually, if I go to all meetings. And I go down here. These are the ones that we've had. So here's the meetings we had. So Andrew. If there's a check mark, that means that the minutes are attached. So if I click on our last meeting on here on the 8th. Our annual meeting. And there's the minutes for that last meeting. And if you want to say, oh, well, what's the agenda item? So you go right here, you can go back, and you can actually see the agenda, and then go back to the minutes. Trish?
Well, so I'm looking at, I got behind. So if I'm looking at like 1/8/2024 meeting, and you said there's the piece of paper with the check mark means that the minutes have been posted.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Okay, and so up above it, the executive board meeting and the special, it's got nothing, that means they're just not posted yet?
Correct, because all the meetings that we will do, will go on February 12th.
Okay,
So we approved the December minutes on the 1/8 meeting.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so
I
we're
see
just
what
that we
you're saying.
approved the month behind.
Okay.
Good question. So these are all the ones that have been published. There's a few practice ones in here that I've done. Okay, so let's go.
Keely,
Yes,
question on so I clicked on the attached
yes.
and it had agenda, minutes and tasks. What is tasks?
Well, that is something that's just probably do a little bit later. So let's just say that it was the CTE demonstration that we had. And we wanted to remind Anita to get back with you. You wanted to ask Mrs. Wilson to get back with you once the grant was approved or not approved. And so we would assign that task to her. We could write that in, assign that task to her to get back with the trustees and let them know what the decision was. So we could assign different things. So if you have a question that you want administrator, maybe they're not here tonight and we don't have that information, but we want to know it maybe at the next meeting, we can assign that task and they will get an email that will give them that task.
So is that something more that you were taking care of?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And so you would say something that I can go into tasks and I can do that. Yeah.
I remember back in the day when, like, we would have patron meetings and the patron would ask for something,
Uh-huh.
and we would say, okay, Dr. French will get with you.
Yeah.
And then-
Yeah. And so she might do that, or she might say, if I had something with the board meeting, I could go in there and do that as well.
Okay.
But that is something that's, I think that's coming that will. Okay,
Actually, good.
and then, so let's go back to. Our annual meeting on the 8th. And I know, have you kind of been going in there? It looks like some of you are going in there and kind of looking around at different things. You can see that I was just playing here. So I put a sticky note in there. So I go over there's the sticky note. And anyway, I just wrote a little something in there.
And the sticky note is donde, where?
If you want to see, I just did this right here. So Dr. French, I just put a sticky note in there.
Okay.
So when I came to that, it has a sticky note. I came over here, I clicked on the sticky note, and this is what came up. So if I wanted to, whoops, I have to take it off. Oh.
Are you dragging it around?
Yeah, okay, if you, oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. If you pin it, that's what happens. It moves like that. It moves.
Did you have something in there?
So, yeah, I'm gonna delete it. I thought I was gonna delete them. Okay, you know what? Huh?
Once inside.
What's inside the sticky
Okay,
note?
you know what? I'm just gonna do this. So if I. No, it's not gonna move because I took off the pin. Okay. So now I've deleted it. Okay, I'm gonna have to pin this again. Now I can move it. Okay, well. Okay, now I'm gonna. Okay, this is crazy. I gotta unpin it. Okay. I'm gonna put save and close. And then it goes away. Then your sticky goes away.
Show that again.
If you put that, you can move it around, like if you want to put a closer over there, you can move it. But I'm just saying, this is tricky.
I know.
there.
So when you make a note. How do you save it? I mean, it says save and close, but where does it save to?
It will, okay, so let's just say I go to the superintendent report, okay? And Manny, you look at that, because generally we know that sometimes Dr. French will have information on there, right? Let's just say she's talking about the wrestling team. And you have a question about a field trip they went on, maybe. So then you would come over here. You want me to do this? You would come over here. And you would click the note.
Okay.
Okay, And then you would write, I just don't know that I can even write it here.
Yes.
Okay, so if you were just, if I'm gonna just write girls. There's a little, okay, actually, I'm not gonna. Okay, let's do test. So if I did that, now see where the save and close is? Now what if, so if I just push save. It's gonna save, and then I have a question, Jason, I wanna ask Jason. So it stays open because I just pushed save, and then I can make a note from something I wanna ask Jason, okay? So then I ask Jason my question, so if I push save and close, it'll go away.
And
If I just push save, it's just gonna,
where do you find that?
and then see, look right here,
Oh, okay, I got you.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that's the little icon.
Does you click on that icon?
So when we get, so if you click on the agenda item. And then it says, oh, you have a sticky. So then you'll come over to the sticky over here, click, and then it'll come up.
All pops back up, okay. Okay.
And then if you push that pin, don't push that pin. And then you delete it. I'm trying to delete it. It's, you just take it off, you just. Oh, I was over the end.
Okay, I just tried it.
Just clear it, and then push save and close.
So that just appears for myself when I save and close.
Uh-huh.
It's not for the entire board.
Correct, it'll just be for you. So,
And how do you get rid of it?
you're gonna delete your message inside and push save and close. Alright.
You left these.
And see, I just deleted the message, and then I'm gonna push
Okay,
save.
how did you do that again? I'm
Do a
sorry.
little X.
See the little X up there?
Yeah. Okay, but it's still here.
Oh, you have to actually delete the
You're-
words
delete words.
inside.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It's still
So you go
there.
in at back space.
thank you very much.
You understand how kindergarten teachers. The students still do it.
Okay, so you all
You know
been
what?
Melissa Farrell's.
can I just say that many a smart person have told me, go in and just start playing around, start playing with buttons and see what happens.
Oh, it is.
Okay. Let's see, okay, so let's say, let's see, what has like a lot of information on here, let's go to, well, this doesn't have. If there's a lot of information on here.
When you say like attachments?
Okay, you know what, let's try there, let's just say there's a lot of information in the content area, just click on the annual meeting. And, okay, well,
What date are you on?
The 8th.
I'm on the 8th. So if there's all this information, if I needed to go down and see even more, there would be a scroll bar over here. And I could just push the scroll bar and I could see more information. And if I wanted to close some of this off because I want to see more of this. See these two buttons up here?
Yeah.
If I push that, it's just gonna go all the way and I can see if I just want to focus on that.
Oh, okay, so.
And then if I just come back here and open that back up, it goes back. And then if I just want to close it a little bit,
Science.
and I can close it just a little bit, then I can have more space. So that's this bar here and here. Okay, I just want to show you that, so if you want to see more of the agenda, what's on there.
So she said annual meeting, right? Oh, hold on, okay,
Oh, I see.
okay. Okay.
So if we're on the annual meeting, if I want to look at the approval of the minutes, I can actually just do this as well, and it takes me to the next item. First is going out and clicking. This will take me to the next item. This will bring me back to the one I just looked at.
What will bring you back?
See these arrows right here?
No, because I'm blind.
That's hard to see clear over there, so.
Let me just swap that paper.
So I did approval of meetings and then you said,
Okay, so, if you wanna go to call to order, if you click that right there,
Oh, it'll take you to the next.
it'll take you to the next item.
Oh, gotcha.
And then if you wanna go back, this one.
Mhm.
There.
Okay, and if you wanna keep going back.
If you wanna go back to approval, then it'll just take, that's just if you're in it, you just wanna, you know, you just wanna keep going
To
that
the
way.
next
You
one,
can do
okay,
that.
gotcha. Instead of clicking on the,
This
okay.
one is this, sorry.
Okay,
There's mud.
sticky notes, okay. I have gone over everything that I thought that was a good review. Like I say, if you wanna know more, one other thing I wanna show you is if when you come over here to policies.
Where are you on the far right?
I'm at the far right, just below where you logged in, you should see policies and meetings and about us. So if I come over and I hover over policies like I did meetings. And you're gonna go to board policy manual.
So did you hover or did you click?
I hovered.
I clicked. Because I hover and there's nothing there
There's nothing there for mine.
when I hover.
I do. Mine is.
All right, let's go over here to policies.
Takes a little bit
Ah.
to load.
This,
See, when I'm hovering over policies.
It doesn't do anything.
wow,
Yeah, Caleb was in my computer again.
you're spinning.
Yeah, that's what it started.
Oh, here you go, right here.
It's thinking.
Here's the board, okay, you got, there's the board policy manual, you're at the board, okay, you got it.
Where was I before?
You know what, it was spinning, it was thinking, it was buffering.
Oh,
So
okay.
now here's all of our.
Oh my
policies.
gosh, and I keep blaming
Did
Caleb.
everybody, so if you want to find policies, you want some reading,
Mhm.
there's the policies,
Okay,
okay? And if you wanna look through there, it'll tell you when it's revised, when it's reviewed. This one says here, it's, the yellow one is draft. Adopted. Okay, so that's,
okay.
I've got two questions.
okay,
One, when we go to policies, they're all there, but they're only in English. So where are the Spanish translations?
Oh, that's right. I thought you were just gonna suck and drop.
if you go to,
Do we use the
um,
translate there?
yes,
Okay.
and, that's the question, I was just see if it's right now, that's fine.
Up at the top, right next to your name, it says English. So
Oh.
you can actually pick
Yeah,
any language.
yes, and
Do we
that's how.
start with 300 policy? Is that where we start?
There, you know what, we're moving everything into the thousands, so there are gonna be a few in the hundreds, but not many, if you look
Okay,
in
so
there,
there's no 100, there's no 200.
correct, cause we
300
moved,
is where
we
started.
have
Okay.
done all those and moved them,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Legal status and operations.
But there's stuff you hit English.
Tap on English,
Okay.
actually click on it, and it does a drop down of all the languages that are available.
Okay, mine's still big.
That was quick. Let's see how good. La Junta Directiva del Distrito.
How's it look?
It's translated.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
So
It
that
makes
is not
sense.
translated internally anymore.
You know what,
Or
can I just say that, Assembly was gonna do that for us? Board Docs that make it easy. They just sent everything over and Patty Wade went through hours and hours and moved them all over into Assembly.
all of the policies.
All of the policies by hand, she moved
There
them.
was-
I'll tell you what, this is a lot better than, I'm not gonna name names, but that Valley View School District phone call in Spanish. They were like, it's like, what is that? What language is that?
But I know we had somebody internally that was translating
And-
policies and.
And you know what, that, we do, and I know that, I think that is still our plan.
Well, yeah, I think we'll just have to look to see,
Make sure the translations.
yeah, because we had several lots of them translated already into Spanish, so we'll have to find out.
Yeah,
Well, the ones that I.
and it might be going back into kind of the what Board Docs sent us and finding those and moving those.
Yeah,
So,
Sorry.
there were lots of them.
yeah,
Up to
And then
2,000.
I have one other question that Madam Chair always brings up back in meetings.
Mhm.
Because she hates trees and she prints everything. Is you talked about there were different ways to print the agendas, and the attachments, and it was easy to do.
You know,
Rather than going through each.
yes, and I feel that maybe we should do that at another meeting. I think, I think you guys need to move around in this. And then, I think we'll do that.
What is this little guy right here?
If I go to Dr. French,
Is that a picture?
Yeah, just go to tonight's meeting.
It's pretty straightforward, that
There's a little printer.
there's a
Print
printer up
icon.
here, top right.
Is it? Is that the little print icon?
so if I go,
Looks like a
okay,
camera.
if you come up over here, Madam Chair,
Yes.
oh, it's, there's a gear and then there's a printer. Over just kind of below your login.
Policies?
Below your login,
Oh,
I'm in
let me go back.
meetings.
Okay.
Back on meetings.
Hold on, I gotta read this in Spanish to get back to you on this.
It's already ongoing.
Yes, that, I mean, that's a good point too, for the meeting side, if anybody wants it.
'Cause I was gonna
language, then
Spanish.
they just click on that.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So they just do parts of it.
Because I did,
Orange whole thing.
Now how do I get into, okay, right here, I need to change it back to English.
No, you actually have to click on meetings. So you click on the meeting that you
So
want.
back to English.
You wanna go up to upcoming
Translate, good.
and then click on tonight's
So that
meeting.
would be an attachment.
Okay, where's my little?
Oh, the
Okay, so let's click on tonight's meeting.
You can open that up, right, it's the print, the computer just dropped.
Okay, now.
Oh, there's a printer. Where's the gears?
Right, you just click on that, and it's going to say print meeting, go ahead and do that, I want to see the, I want you just to see it, print meeting packet. It will print the agenda and everything.
Oh,
Put it in a
okay,
PDF,
okay.
and then you just open the PDF, and it's like having paper, I mean.
Okay.
and
So
it'll print- see all these, it'll
Uh-huh.
print all that,
At the end?
yeah, it'll just put in a PDF. And every one of those will be open in a, like you see it, yeah, like paper. You'll read, you'll be able to read.
She's up and killed about 90 trees.
But it's because the paper is bigger print. That's my problem.
Look.
Well, I can barely go up and down without a mouse. I don't know. How to do that.
Okay, good questions, Chris.
I'm the only-
Anybody else have any questions?
Let's not do virtual learning.
I'm looking to get somebody to help set up.
Just a note, trustees, communicating as leaders is tomorrow night.
Yes.
Will you be carpooling and going? I just probably will email them a final head count.
Okay, how'd you make it bigger?
I know if I say right.
Okay.
Just, if you will just,
My daughter has to be able to get.
okay, if you'll just, maybe just let me know, or
I'm sorry, what, I missed the question.
communicating as leaders is tomorrow night at the Boise School District office.
Oh, I got a conflict,
So, okay. I just thought I would let them know for sure with the head
I'm gonna
count.
go too, but I don't know if Travis wants to ride with because I
I'm
can't
sure he
see at
will.
night.
Okay, okay, trustees,
Let's do it.
can I just say that with, the other program that we were using, I was doing a lot of moving stuff into a Word document. Sometimes there was usually 2 Word documents and then moving them back. And this, everything, it's all in one doc. It's simply has
You're gonna get a board packet by Monday?
by a week before.
No,
Well, I'm not a politician, I cannot lie, no, okay. Okay, so what I'm saying is, this is just, I mean, the more I work in here, it's just like the minutes, I don't have to put the minutes in a Word document and then move them over and then put them in, in a PDF, it does it all for me. It takes the minutes, I click it, it puts it in a PDF, and then I just upload it. Everything is done in the program, so there's fewer mistakes when you copy and paste things over. So it has really been a great program, and I'm continuing to learn, and we'll move on to some other things that that'll also, I think, will help you as well. And I think as far as policy, being able just to get those policy downloaded, moved across from ISBA, because they're also working with Assembly, will make it a lot easier as well. So anyway, so that's, let me know if you have questions, you wanna come in and I can go through a few
Okay.
things with you. Okay.
We have a class of like computer 101. Like.
We'll have Caleb come in too. Yeah, we'll come in.
I thought we-
Oh, that's not even on.
When you know, when you scroll up and down, I thought you had to click and put it down and push it up and. that way.
We'll come on in and we'll,
Okay, I will do that.
okay.
All right,
Thank you, trustees, Madam Chair.
thank you.
Thank you, Keely.
We're like a bunch of kindergartners. I told you guys.
Okay, so we are in this meeting.
Yeah.
Here, oh, I got a paper. See, look at, Andrew, I got a paper. Okay,
You see a bigger screen.
I do, that's my problem.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was just information. Thank you, Keely. The next item is communication from trustees. Oh, yes. Yeah, can we eat them? I like it.
Can you make about 100 of these, please?
There we go. Okay.
All right, Jessica.
Madam Chair, trustees, that is also attached in assembly, but I printed it out for you. It didn't print the best, but it won't look like that electronically. Some of the things were cut off, but Dr. French and I were chatting with Allison Westfall in CUNA, and they do something similar to this. They send out a monthly board report, kind of similar to what I send out to the staff and put on our website from each trustee, and they send it to the patrons in that trustee's zone. And so that is the first one that I created for this month, and I just kind of kept it pretty basic. I introduced who you guys were. I took your bios on there, and then I recapped the annual reorganization meeting, kind of a little synopsis in there, along with the Screenagers event coming up, and the big green rectangles, those are buttons in the e-newsletter. So if you click on that, it'll take you to a link. Hopefully in the future, we can send monthly things out from you personally. If you have a note you would like to tell your patrons about something happening or events, I already have kind of ideas for upcoming months about what to put in them. So feel free to review those. And if you see any typos or some things.
If we want to update our bio.
Yes, update your bio if there's,
Okay.
feel free to let me know.
So did you
And
say this, our particular, whatever we may choose to write in the future, just goes to the patrons in our zone?
correct, yes.
Patrons and teachers, or I missed part of what you said.
Patrons in your zone, so the families.
Is it, I'm sorry, Jessica, is it paper or is it?
It'll be email, kind of the just similar to Dr. French's electronic newsletters that I send out every month. It'll be the same way. I just printed it out for you guys to kind of see.
Okay,
That's good.
and then
That's good.
you may have sent this already, but are you gonna send it to us so that?
Of course, yeah,
Okay,
and
send it
then
to us, and that way we know what they're getting and.
yes, and you guys can review it and create a monthly message of your own that you would like to include in there
Okay.
as well.
And if they didn't have a monthly message, would you have a general message?
Yes, I could do that. Yeah, absolutely. And it would most likely, you know, include information about the previous board meeting and upcoming events like this one happening. So,
With the Screenagers and that.
yeah,
Mhm.
One thing I'd love to see in there, just an opinion,
yeah,
is sports coming up or
That's a-
camps or.
yeah.
Whatever. New CTE stuff,
Mhm.
whatever.
Well, and
Yeah.
I think trustee Godina, that can be specific to you if that, you know, because we know you enjoy that. So Jessica can make it, because you like, you know, to speak to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can make, yeah, we can make it personalized to you and what you would like to see in there. So,
So these are families of, these are current family patrons who live in that zone, who have kids going to Caldwell right now,
correct, yes,
versus like a database of email addresses from the last 30 years.
yes,
People remember other email addresses over.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Madam Chair and trustees, it's Jessica is working with Caleb, so it's out of like our zone, our Blackboard.
yeah.
What we send out already in the text messages to families,
Mhm.
they're configuring it so that it shows your zone. So these families in zone 1 will receive Does that make sense?
So when you say it goes out once a month, is there a particular date of the month that it goes out? Or is there someplace we're supposed to shoot for having something written by the 15th of the month or?
Yes,
Anytime you
that's
want.
a good question. Dr. French's newsletter goes out the Friday after every regular board meeting, so I was thinking we could have your guys's go out this Friday after the work session or the special
Okay,
meeting, so.
I love deadlines.
Except sooner, well, the screenagers is Wednesday,
Yeah,
right?
oh, yeah,
We need to meet.
so yes.
Mhm.
And if you have,
But this is a sample, right?
yes,
The
exactly,
first one going out is this.
yes.
Okay, so we don't have to like go figure out something to write before Friday.
Yeah, no, because I just kind of put all of your bios in there. I think it would be a good way to kind of introduce you to
Mhm.
the patrons in your zone.
So if I wanna update my bio, how soon do I need to get that to you? If you're gonna do it this Friday, you gonna send them out this Friday?
Since the screenagers is Wednesday, I guess we'd have to send it out probably
Or
tomorrow.
just change the screenagers on there.
Yeah, or I could take that out and add another event.
Cause I know that we've been getting a bunch of information on the screenagers and like all the different social medias.
Yeah.
So that's good.
She could, I think, just you could take that, change it with something else.
I could add
Inviting parents to some.
to sporting events or
Mhm.
something else by Friday. So yeah,
Mhm.
something else coming up.
So you're given the deadline of Friday,
Yes,
this Friday.
That's right. Okay.
is that okay?
I will make sure, look on my bio. So you wanna have it before?
Before Friday, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Thursday.
So yeah,
Thursday midnight.
yeah, 11:59. Yeah, and then if you send me an updated bio, I can update that on the website as well. So
On Wednesday, I'm gonna do it Wednesday. Date. Okay. This is awesome. I like this idea.
good, I'm glad.
Thank you very much. School board, okay.
I hope it's not too like time intensive, like that's what I worry about. I know you've got a lot to do and things like that.
Well, I appreciate that. I think if you guys help create your message, that'll be a little easier. And then I'm gonna try to keep them fairly similar, but kind of like Trustee Godina mentioned, maybe making it a little more personalized. So, but if they are pretty similar, that'll kind of reduce the time.
Mhm. Great,
Love it.
I like it. It's a great idea.
Happy to do it. So
Okay.
anything else?
Cool, I like it. Trustees, any other questions that you may have?
And it's also in this, in your assembly on there, so you guys can click on it and see what it will look like, on a computer or, on your
Where is
phone.
it?
So
It will be on there?
It's a link in the,
yes,
Caleb, can you click on one of those links?
Yeah.
Please?
So
that's
what it'll.
That's what it will look like to parents who opens it.
Like
Who opens it.
Oh, the green is button, right?
Oh.
Yeah,
under
the hyperlink, so it'll
Okay.
take you to the regular board meeting schedule. So.
I think that's my opinion, is more of like the athletics page,
Yeah.
because I think patrons have a hard time
What's the bottom?
finding it for
Mhm.
finding the sports and athletics.
Yeah. And I also create a weekly sports graphic too about what's coming up. So I could kind of incorporate that in there as well. So about maybe like a monthly graphic or think of something creative. So I'm gonna try to, I post that.
There's it's like if you could figure out how to streamline this process, so it's.
Well, like I said, a lot of it will be similar in each of yours. If I just do one, then they're kind of all a little similar, but a little.
I mean, Dr. French's is pretty, her newsletter is pretty informative.
Yes, because it is, once a month, I try to include a lot in there, so, but it's a lot of stuff that. Fairly easy to kind of condense into write into, so, but. She helps me with it too, so it's not just me.
Awesome, I love it.
It's really
Great.
cool. Okay.
And so feel free to send me an email, with a thumbs up that there's no edits or if you have anything. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. This is great.
Thank you.
Okay, now. Let's see. And I think that is all before, for our regular session and before we go into executive session, so. Let's see. So we are getting ready to go into executive session. I would like to ask for a motion to enter into executive session.
I move we.
Okay, I have a motion to enter into executive session. I'd like to ask for a second.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll to enter into executive session?
Trustee Trish Robertson.
Yeah.
Trustee Andrew Butler.
Yes.
Trustee Manuel Godina.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Travis Manning.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, Maricela Pacina.
Yes, and Vice Chairman Manning, could you let us know why we're going into executive session?
As per Idaho Code 42061B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, individual agent, or public school students.
Okay, thank you very much. We are in executive session.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you for the heat. Okay, we are back and we are out of executive session, so if I could have Vice Chairman Manning, please let us know the possible action that was taken.
Madam Chair, after listening to the information provided during executive session regarding Idaho Code 74-206-1B. To consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, individual agent, or public school student. Is information only.
Okay, thank you very much, and I would like to ask for a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor to come out of, or no, where are we out of executive session, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Oh, yes. Asking for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Okay, motion carries and this is all we have on executive session. And right now I would like to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Okay, this meeting is adjourned.